There's something quietly magical about looking up at the night sky, those countless stars, distant planets, and the endless mysteries drifting beyond our reach. Whether you're nestled under cozy blankets or lying back in your favorite spot, let's take a moment to slow down together, to breathe, and to let the wonders of space carry you gently into relaxation. We'd love to know where you're listening from tonight, what part of our beautiful world you're in, and what time your journey into rest begins. Share it with us in the comments below. It's always heartwarming to imagine how far and wide this little cosmic community stretches. Now, close your eyes if you'd like, and picture this: a silent, weightless drift among the stars, where time softens and the universe hums its oldest lullaby. Out there, beyond our blue skies, missions are unfolding, quiet, determined efforts that could change everything we know about our place in the cosmos. Some are exploring distant moons with hidden oceans. Others are building the foundations for humanity's future among the stars. These aren't just scientific endeavors. They're stories of curiosity, of hope, of a species reaching out to touch the unknown. And tonight, we'll wander through these tales together, letting their quiet grandeur lull you into a peaceful, dream-filled sleep. Think of it as a journey. No alarms, no urgency, just the slow, graceful arc of discovery. Each mission we'll explore is like a single stitch in the vast tapestry of space, weaving together technology, imagination, and the timeless human desire to explore. Some will take us to the icy plains of Europa, where secrets might lie beneath frozen crusts. Others will guide us toward Mars, where rovers tread like careful storytellers, gathering clues about planets beyond our own. And then there are the missions closer to home, quietly reshaping how we see Earth itself. But no matter where they lead, each one carries a whisper of possibility, a reminder that the universe is still writing its story, and we get to be part of it. So settle in, let your thoughts drift, and let's begin. Long before rockets pierced the sky or telescopes mapped the stars, humanity dreamed of touching the cosmos. Ancient civilizations gazed upward, spinning stories of celestial chariots and moonlit gods, early whispers of our eternal fascination with the heavens. The Greeks imagined Icarus soaring too close to the sun, his waxen wings dissolving into myth. Centuries later, Chinese alchemists mixed gunpowder, unknowingly laying the groundwork for the very technology that would one day carry us beyond Earth. There's a quiet poetry in these early visions, a patient yearning that stretched across generations, waiting for science to catch up to imagination. Among those who bridged dreams and reality was Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, a humble Russian schoolteacher who sketched rocket equations by candlelight. Though he never left the ground, his mind raced ahead to orbital mechanics and space stations, scribbling theories that would later guide actual missions. His words linger like a lullaby for the ambitious. Earth is the cradle of humanity, but one cannot remain in the cradle forever. Then came Wernher von Braun, whose restless curiosity turned wartime machinery into vessels of exploration. Picture him hunched over blueprints in the stillness of midnight, refining designs that would eventually hurl satellites and human souls into the void. These pioneers didn't just build machines, they nurtured a fragile hope. Their work unfolded in quiet laboratories and windswept test ranges, far from the public eye. Failures were frequent, progress achingly slow, yet with each unsuccessful launch they learned, adapted, pressed onward. There's something deeply soothing in their persistence, a reminder that great journeys begin not with a roar, but with a whisper of determination. Today, as we watch sleek spacecraft dock with space stations or land on distant worlds, it's easy to forget the decades of patient toil that made it possible. But in the stillness of night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of those early dreamers, urging us to look up and imagine what's next. The lunar surface stretched before them, a silent, dust-gray sea frozen in time. Neil Armstrong's boots sank into the fine powder, sending up delicate plumes that drifted lazily in the weightless air. No wind stirred them, no sound echoed, only the steady rhythm of his breath inside the helmet, the faint crackle of radio static, and the vast, endless quiet of a world untouched by life. For the first time in history, a human stood where no one had stood before, gazing at Earth as a distant blue jewel suspended in the black. Buzz Aldrin joined him moments later, describing the scene as magnificent desolation. And it was. The moon's surface was a study in contrasts, crisp shadows slicing across craters, sunlight glinting off rocky plains, and an uncanny stillness that made every movement feel deliberate, almost reverent. They moved carefully, two figures in bulky white suits, their footsteps slow and deliberate, as if the moon itself demanded gentleness. There was no hurry, no chaos, just the profound simplicity of exploration, of existing in a moment so fleeting yet so eternal. Behind them, the lunar module Eagle stood like a fragile sculpture against the stark horizon, its metal skin gleaming under the sun's unfiltered light. Inside, a single golden plaque bore the words, "We came in peace for all mankind." It was a quiet promise, a reminder that this wasn't just a triumph of engineering or national pride, but a shared human achievement, a whisper of unity in a time of division. Back on Earth, millions held their breath, watching grainy images flicker across television screens. But on the moon, there were no crowds, no applause. Only Armstrong and Aldrin, working methodically, planting a flag, collecting rocks, and pausing now and then to look up, to marvel at the sight of their own planet, hanging like a delicate orb in the darkness. The mission was a ballet of precision and poetry. Every action, from deploying experiments to taking that first iconic photo, felt like part of something larger, a step not just across the lunar surface, but into a new chapter of human possibility. And when they finally lifted off, leaving behind footprints that would last for millennia, the moon returned to its silence, keeping their secrets in the dust. There's a serenity to that moment, even now. The Apollo 11 mission wasn't just about reaching the moon, it was about carrying the quietest hopes of humanity to a place beyond the sky. And in that stillness, between the dust and the stars, we caught a glimpse of ourselves not as nations or factions, but as wanderers, humbled and united by the infinite. Deep in the velvety blackness of interstellar space, two tiny spacecraft glide, silently humanity's farthest flung messengers, carrying whispers of our world into the infinite. The Voyager probes, launched in the late 1970s, were never meant for grandeur. Their original mission was simple: fly by Jupiter and Saturn, capture images, collect data, then quietly fade into obscurity. But space has a way of rewriting plans. Instead of retiring, these resilient travelers just kept going. Faster and farther than anything we'd ever built, they slipped past the orbits of distant planets, crossed the turbulent boundary of our solar system, and ventured into the unknown, a place where the very definition of home stretches into poetry. What makes their journey so hauntingly beautiful isn't just the science, though there's plenty of that. It's the golden records tucked aboard each probe: miniature time capsules filled with the sounds of Earth. A heartbeat, a mother's laughter, the cry of a humpback whale, even the steady hiss of a summer rainstorm. Scientists like Carl Sagan envisioned these records as cosmic postcards, meant for beings we may never meet. But perhaps they were also meant for us, a reminder of how fragile, how achingly temporary our world really is. Picture those records spinning slowly in the darkness, their metallic surfaces catching starlight as they drift further from everything familiar. There's no soundtrack in space, no air to carry sound, so the music etched into those discs will never play unless someone or something finds them. Until then, they are silent witnesses to our longing to be heard. The probes themselves are barely larger than a compact car, their gold and white frames dotted with instruments that have long since fallen dormant. Yet they persist, powered by nuclear batteries that grow weaker each year. By the 2030s, their signals will fade entirely, leaving them to wander the Milky Way like ghosts. Already, the space between stars has changed them. Cosmic dust has peppered their surfaces, and the sun's light, which once charged their systems, is now just another faint twinkle among millions. There's a serenity to their solitude. Out there, beyond the protective bubble of our sun's influence, the universe is quieter than we can fathom. No solar winds, no planetary hum, just the occasional ping of a distant star or the whisper of a passing comet. It's the closest thing to true silence we've ever measured, a lullaby written in emptiness. And yet, the Voyagers continue their work, their sensors occasionally stirring to record the oddities of deep space, sending back data that takes nearly a full day to reach Earth. One day, long after their power fades, they might drift past another star. Not in our lifetime, or even in the lifetime of our species as we know it, but eventually. The golden records could last 1 billion years, outliving continents, oceans, perhaps even humanity itself. They're our faint, hopeful signature on the universe's vast canvas, a way of saying, we were here. We wondered, we tried. So tonight, as you sink into the quiet of your own world, think of those two tiny travelers, endlessly coasting through the dark. They carry no engines to steer them, no maps to guide them, just momentum and time, and the fragile beauty of a message meant for the unknown. There's comfort in that. A reminder that even in the grand emptiness, we've left something behind, moving steadily toward the light of other suns. High above the turbulence of Earth's atmosphere, where the sky melts into perfect black, the Hubble Space Telescope floats, a silent sentinel with a front row seat to the universe's grandest performances. For over 3 decades, Its unblinking eye has captured moments of cosmic ballet, galaxies twirling in slow motion, nebulae painting the void with watercolor hues of hydrogen and oxygen, and newborn stars igniting like fireflies in the dark. These aren't just scientific snapshots, they're postcards from the edge of time itself, each one a whisper from the distant past. Take the pillars of creation, for instance, those towering columns of gas and dust in the Eagle Nebula, where stars are born in the folds of swirling matter. Hubble's portrait of them is more than an image, it's a lullaby of creation. The sheer scale is humbling. Those pillars stretch light years tall, yet they sway with the delicate grace of seaweed in a gentle current. And within them, hidden from view, countless suns are taking their first breaths, wrapped in cosmic nurseries we'll never see up close. There's a serenity in that thought, a reminder that the universe builds and rebuilds itself in cycles far older than humanity. Then there's the Hubble Deep Field, perhaps its most profound gift to us. Pointed at what seemed like an empty patch of sky, the telescope revealed thousands of galaxies, each a smudge of light older than our planet. Some are spiral-armed and stately, others ragged from ancient collisions. Their light has traveled billions of years to reach us, meaning we're not just looking across space, but backward through time. It's as if the universe tucked its family album into Hubble's lens, letting us flip through pages of cosmic history before drifting off to sleep. What makes these discoveries so soothing isn't just their beauty, but their quiet insistence on perspective. A single Hubble image can shrink earthly worries into insignificance. Those swirling galaxies, they're not rushing, not panicking, just turning, slowly and surely, to a rhythm set long before our sun flickered to life. There's solace in that slowness, a cosmic reminder that some things unfold on scales too vast for haste. And then there are the surprises, the things Hubble showed us we didn't even know to look for. Like the auroras dancing on Jupiter's poles, or the way certain stars pulse like heartbeats, brightening and dimming in predictable, almost meditative rhythms. Even its technical glitches, like the flawed mirror first blurring its vision, became stories of triumph. Astronauts repaired it in orbit, their gloved hands fine-tuning a machine that would later unveil the universe's secrets. There's poetry in that too, a flawed creation, mended by human ingenuity, going on to reveal perfect wonders. Tonight, as you rest beneath your own slice of sky, remember this: Hubble's legacy isn't just in the data it collected, but in the way it reframed our place in the cosmos. Those swirling galaxies and glowing nebulae are more than science. They're the universe telling its own bedtime story, one where chaos and beauty dance together, where time stretches like taffy, and where every star, every planet, every drifting cloud of gas is part of the same ancient, unfolding dream. So close your eyes and let your mind wander among those far-off lights. They've been shining a long, long time, and they'll still be there when you wake. The rust-colored plains of Mars stretch in every direction, a vast and empty desert where the wind hums softly against ancient rocks. There are no bustling cities here, no rustling leaves or crashing waves, just an unbroken silence, broken only by the occasional creak of metal and the slow, steady roll of wheels across the dust. For years, robotic explorers like Spirit, Opportunity, and Curiosity have wandered these landscapes. their movements measured in centimeters per second, their cameras capturing sights no human eyes have ever seen. They move like patient nomads, stopping to examine a curious stone or a vein of mineral, their mechanical arms extending with the gentle precision of a scientist's hand. Spirit landed first, bouncing onto the Martian surface in a cocoon of airbags before unfolding itself like a mechanical flower. Its mission was simple: survive 90 days, take pictures, analyze rocks. But Mars had other plans. The rover endured dust storms, freezing nights, and treacherous terrain, all while uncovering signs of a watery, past rippled textures in the soil that hinted at long evaporated lakes, minerals formed in the presence of water. Then tragedy. Its wheels broke through a thin crust of soil and sank into hidden sand, leaving it trapped for the rest of its days. Even then, Spirit refused to go quietly. It pivoted its solar panels toward the weak sun, stretching its mission far beyond expectations, studying the wind and sky until its final, fading transmission. Opportunity, its twin, fared even better, a rover that outlived its planned lifespan by over 14 years. It rolled across craters the size of football fields, scaling slopes and dodging dust devils with quiet determination. One of its greatest discoveries lay buried in the bedrock: tiny, baby-sized spheres nicknamed blueberries, made of hematite, a mineral that typically forms in water. Each one was a whisper from Mars' distant past, proof that this now barren world was once warm, wet, and perhaps even welcoming to life. And then, in 2018, a planet-wide dust storm blotted out the sun. Opportunity's last message was simple: my battery is low and it's getting dark. Curiosity, larger and more advanced, carries the torch forward. It climbs the foothills of Mount Sharp, its nuclear heart ticking steadily as it drills into rocks, vaporizing samples to sniff out the chemical secrets within. What it's found is astonishing: organic molecules, the building blocks of life, scattered through the soil. Layers of sedimentary rock tell stories of rivers that once flowed here, carving channels that still scar the land. And above it all, the Martian sky shifts between pale pink and butterscotch, thin and cold, with none of the dense, protective warmth of Earth's atmosphere. There's a rhythm to these rovers' lives, a cadence as slow as the turning of seasons. They don't hurry, they can't. Every command takes minutes to reach them from Earth, and every movement is weighed against risk. A wrong turn could mean disaster. A stuck wheel could end a mission. So they move cautiously, deliberately, like explorers feeling their way through a dream. Yet for all their solitude, they're never truly alone. Back on Earth, teams of scientists huddle over monitors, living Martian time, waking and sleeping by the rover's schedule, celebrating each new discovery like parents, cheering a child's first steps. They've given these machines personalities, quirks, even social media presences. Opportunity was the optimistic overachiever, Curiosity, the relentless detective, and Spirit, the stubborn survivor. The rovers leave tracks in the dust, parallel lines that weave across the landscape like stitches in a quilt. One day, when humans finally walk here, they'll find those tracks preserved, perhaps for millennia. They'll stand where Spirit struggled, where opportunity fell silent, where curiosity still roams, and in those moments, the distance between worlds will feel a little smaller, the silence a little warmer, because something of us was there first, quiet, tireless, and always looking ahead. Saturn's rings shimmer like liquid gold in the sunlight, their countless ice particles dancing in perfect, silent orbits, a celestial ballet set to the slow, gravitational music of the planet below. For 13 years, the Cassini spacecraft traced graceful arcs through this delicate realm, its cameras capturing details no human eye had ever seen. The subtle ripples in the rings, the way sunlight fractured into rainbows through their icy gaps, the shadow of the rings themselves stretching across Saturn's cloud tops like the hands of a cosmic clock. Every pass was a whisper, a fleeting brush with a world so vast it could swallow Earth 1,000 times over, yet so serene it felt like a lullaby written in ice and dust. Then there was Titan, Saturn's mysterious moon, a world veiled in thick, orange haze, where rivers of liquid methane carve valleys into frozen ground. When the Huygens probe detached from Cassini and began its descent, it drifted through layers of cloud so dense no one knew what lay beneath. For 2 hours and 27 minutes, it fell, its instruments drinking in the alien atmosphere, until finally, gently, it touched down. The first images showed a landscape, both familiar and utterly strange. Rounded pebbles smoothed by flowing methane, a sky the color of apricot jam, hills rising in the distance like shadows in a dream. Huygens didn't land with a crash, but with the soft sigh of a snowflake settling on a windowsill. Cassini's greatest gift wasn't just the date of it beamed back, but the way it reframed Saturn as a living, breathing system. The planet's hexagonal North Pole, a six-sided jet stream, wider than Earth, spun with hypnotic precision, its winds howling at speeds no storm here could match. Enceladus, a tiny, ice-clad moon, spewed geysers of water vapor from cracks in its crust, hinting at a hidden ocean beneath, a place where life, in some form, might still cling. Even the rings told stories. Their grooves and waves were the footprints of unseen moons, their gravity sculpting the ice like invisible fingers, drawing patterns in sand. But all missions must end. In its final act, Cassini dove between Saturn and its rings 22 times, a maneuver so daring engineers called it the grand finale. With each pass, it skimmed closer to the planet's cloud tops, tasting the upper atmosphere, measuring magnetic fields, until at last on September 15, 2017, it took one last breath of data and plunged into the storm. The signal cut out, the screens went quiet, and somewhere in Saturn's embrace, the spacecraft vaporized, its atoms becoming part of the very world it had spent a lifetime studying. There's a quiet beauty in that ending, not a disappearance, but a return. Cassini didn't just observe Saturn, it became part of its story, a stitch in the fabric of that distant, ringed giant. And though its cameras are dark now, the images it captured still glow with a soft, otherworldly light. The pale blue dot of Earth, barely visible between the rings, the frosty plumes of Enceladus glittering like diamond dust, the tranquil, golden haze of Titan's horizon. These aren't just snapshots, they're postcards from a realm of stillness, reminding us that even in the chaos of the cosmos, there are places where time moves slowly, where beauty unfolds without sound, and where, if you listen with your imagination, the universe hums its oldest, gentlest lullaby. Imagine staring into the faintest embers of a fire, their glow barely visible to the naked eye, and suddenly a veil lifts, revealing not just the coals, but the very first sparks that leap to life. That's the magic of the James Webb Space Telescope, a silent observer perched a million miles from Earth, its golden honeycomb mirrors tuned to the whispers of the universe's infancy. Unlike Hubble's visible light snapshots, Webb sees in infrared, a warmth-sensing vision that cuts through cosmic dust like a gentle hand brushing aside a curtain, exposing the hidden cradles where stars and galaxies first stirred awake. Picture this: 13.5 billion years ago, the universe was a fog of hot, opaque gas, dense and swirling. Light couldn't travel far without scattering, trapping the cosmos in a kind of eternal twilight. Then, gradually, the first stars ignited not the polished spheres we know today, but colossal, unstable giants, burning ferociously and dying young. Their ultraviolet radiation sliced through the fog, a process astronomers call cosmic dawn. Webb's mission is to trace those earliest flickers, to capture the moment when darkness gave way to light. Its instruments are so sensitive they could detect the heat signature of a bumblebee on the moon, a precision that turns the telescope into a time machine, peering back to an era when galaxies were mere toddlers, clumping together in the void. Already, it's reshaping our understanding. One of Webb's first targets was a speck of sky no larger than a grain of sand, held at arm's length. Within that tiny frame, it found thousands of galaxies, some so ancient their light has been traveling for over 90% of the universe's lifetime. Among them was Glass Z13, a galaxy born just 300 million years after the Big Bang. To put that in perspective, if the universe were a 40-year-old human, Webb glimpsed it as a 6-month-old baby. The galaxy's light, stretched and reddened by cosmic expansion, arrived as a faint infrared blush, a whisper from the edge of time itself. But Webb's gaze isn't just trained on the distant past. It's also unraveling the intimate details of nearby stellar nurseries, like the pillars of creation, where Hubble's iconic image showed towering columns of dust. Webb's infrared vision pierces through that dust, exposing newborn stars still wrapped in their gauzy cocoons, their faint heat signatures glowing like fireflies in the dark. Elsewhere, it studied the atmospheres of exoplanets, worlds orbiting other suns, detecting water vapor, carbon dioxide, even the hazy signatures of potential organic molecules. Each discovery feels like turning a page in a story we've only just begun to read. What makes Webb's work so meditative is its patience. It doesn't rush. Can't rush. Every observation requires meticulous planning, its mirrors angling with nanometer precision to gather photons that have wandered the void for eons. There's no sound in space, no wind to buffet its sunshield, no urgency beyond the slow unfurling of scientific curiosity. It simply waits, listens, and records, a sentinel at the threshold of the unknown. And perhaps most humbling of all is Webb's isolation. Unlike Hubble, which orbits close enough for astronauts to repair, Webb drifts at Lagrange point 2, a gravitational sweet spot where Earth and the Sun's pulls balance perfectly. No human hands will ever touch it. No repairs can be made. It's a solitary explorer, destined to gaze deeper into space and further back in time than anything we've ever built. One day, its fuel will run out, its systems will quiet, and it will become just another piece of cosmic driftwood. But until then, it keeps watch, its lens turned toward the dawn, collecting stories written in starlight long before our sun was born. So tonight, as you settle into the quiet, think of Webb floating out there, its mirrors drinking in the faintest glimmers from the edge of everything. Each photon it catches is a letter from the past, a reminder that the universe is vast beyond measure, yet somehow, in its slow, silent way, sharing its secrets with us. Half a century after Apollo's footprints faded into lunar dust, a new chapter is quietly unfolding, one where the moon isn't just a destination, but a home. NASA Artemis program, named for Apollo's twin sister in Greek myth, carries a vision both practical and poetic, to land the first woman and the next man on the lunar surface, not as visitors, but as pioneers laying the groundwork for something enduring. This time, the goal isn't just to plant flags and collect rocks, but to stay, to build habitats where future explorers might sleep beneath the soft blue glow of Earth, suspended in the silence between stars. Imagine the scene. Inside a pressurized module, warm light spills across a compact sleeping quarters as an astronaut drifts off, their breath steady in the recycled air. Through a small window, Earth hangs like a sapphire against the void, its continents swirled in familiar patterns, its atmosphere a thin, glowing halo. Outside, the lunar night stretches for 14 Earth days, the landscape bathed in ethereal Earthlight, sunlight reflected off our planet, casting gentle shadows across the regolith. No wind rustles the dust, no creatures stir, just the slow creak of metal as the habitat adjusts to the temperature swings, and the hum of life support systems keeping the dream alive. Artemis isn't merely repeating history, it's weaving new traditions. The program's centerpiece is the Lunar Gateway, a small space station that will orbit the moon, serving as a waypoint for descending crews and a laboratory for studying deep space's effects on the human body. From there, astronauts will ride sleek landers down to the South Pole, a region of eternal shadows and hidden ice, where craters never see sunlight and water molecules cling to the dust. That ice is the key to everything. Split into hydrogen and oxygen, it becomes breathable air, drinking water, even rocket fuel. In essence, the moon could teach us how to live off the land beyond Earth, turning barren soil into a lifeline. What makes this endeavor so meditative isn't just the science, but the rhythm it implies. Lunar settlers won't hurry. Their days will sync with the slow dance of orbits and rotations, their work punctuated by the gentle cadence of systems checks and sunrises. Picture them suiting up for a moonwalk, moving with deliberate care through airlocks, stepping onto ground that hasn't felt a human touch in generations. Their boots will sink into powder finer than talc, leaving trails that could last millennia in the absence of erosion. And when they pause to look up, Earth will wax and wane above them like a slow-motion pendulum, cycling through phases as the weeks pass, a constant, silent companion. There's an intimacy to this vision, a stark contrast to Apollo's daring sprints. Artemis is about learning to linger, about planting seeds literal and metaphorical in alien soil. NASA has even proposed greenhouses for the lunar base, where sprouts might push through trays of regolith simulant, their leaves reaching for artificial suns. The symbolism is tender, life, however fragile, taking root in a world that's known only stillness. And then there are the nights. While Earthlings watch the moon cycle through its phases, Artemis astronauts will witness the inverse. Earth, hanging fixed in their sky as the sun arcs low along the horizon, casting long, ink-black shadows. During lunar night, temperatures plummet to -200 degrees Fahrenheit, and the stars emerge with a brilliance impossible under our atmospheric veil. For 2 weeks at a time, the base will rely on stored power and insulation, its inhabitants working by lamplight, their voices soft in the quiet. It's easy to imagine those nights becoming sacred, hours spent jotting notes, repairing equipment, or simply gazing out at the cosmos, wrapped in the profound solitude of a world without weather, without seasons, without time as we know it. The program's timeline stretches ahead like the rungs of a ladder. Artemis 1, an uncrewed test flight, has already circled the moon and returned. Artemis 2 will send astronauts on a similar loop, their faces pressed to windows as the far side scrolls beneath them. Then comes Artemis 3, the landing, slated for the mid-2020s, when boots will crunch into polar dust, and humanity's relationship with the moon will shift forever. But perhaps the quietest revolution lies in Artemis' promise of continuity. Unlike Apollo, which ended with no promise of return, this program is designed to spiral outward. Each mission builds infrastructure for the next. Each landing leaves behind tools for those who follow. One day, lunar bases could dot the South Pole like desert outposts, their domes and solar arrays gleaming under Earthlight, their airlocks cycling as crews come and go. And in the stillness between shifts, when the work is done and the screens dim, those explorers might lie in their bunks, listening to the faint hum of machinery and wonder, as they drift toward sleep, if this is how it felt for early sailors, dozing in wooden ships, lulled by the creak of ropes and the vast, dark sea. Mars waits a rusted pearl suspended in the velvet dark, its canyons deeper than Earth's grandest mountains, its skies tinged dusty apricot at sunset. Here, the sun is a muted coin, casting shadows so sharp they look painted onto the terrain. The wind, when it stirs, moves in slow sighs, lifting fine grains of iron oxide that drift back down like embers settling after a fire. This is the world SpaceX dreams of waking with human voices, where their starship, a gleaming steel sentinel, could one day touch down, its engines cooling with soft metallic ticks, as the first colonists step onto soil untouched by life for billions of years. The vision unfolds in increments, each step a quiet rebellion against the impossible. Starship isn't just a rocket, it's a chameleon designed to ferry 100 souls at a time, its belly packed with hydroponic gardens and 3D printers that could spin Martian dust into bricks. Imagine the journey, 6 months in the humming dark, watching Earth shrink to a pale dot, while Mars grows from a speck to a world. Days would blur into a rhythm of exercise routines to combat muscle loss, shared meals under LED suns, and the occasional pause at the observation deck faces pressed to glass as Phobos, the larger of Mars' misshapen moons, scuttles across the sky like a crab. Landing would be its own kind of poetry. Unlike the Apollo missions, where every gram counted, Starship aims to deliver not just people, but everything needed to stay. Cargo holds would spill open to reveal folded habitats, solar arrays, even rovers with tires wide enough to float over dunes. The first structures might rise near the poles, where ice lurks beneath the surface, precious water, waiting to be melted, filtered, and sipped from metal canteens. Settlers would move carefully at first, testing pressure seals, monitoring radiation levels, learning the cadence of a world where dust storms can last months, and temperatures swing from freezing to far below in a single night. What makes this dream so hypnotic isn't just the technology, but the quiet it implies. A Martian colony wouldn't hustle, couldn't. Life there would sync with the planet's slower clock. Its 24-hour and 39-minute days, its seasons twice as long as ours. Mornings might begin with checks on air scrubbers, afternoons with geological surveys, where every rock tells a story older than life itself. Even communication would carry a kind of meditative delay, 20 minutes for a message to reach Earth, 20 more for a reply. Conversations would stretch like taffy, punctuated by pauses so deep you could hear your own heartbeat. SpaceX's prototypes already hint at this future. In Texas, starships stand like silver monoliths on the launch pad, their stainless steel skins reflecting the dawn as engineers scurry around their bases. Test flights arc over the Gulf of Mexico, some ending in fireballs, others landing with the grace of falling leaves. Each failure, a lesson folded into the next design. There's no rush, no frantic race, just methodical progress, year after year, toward a day when those engines might fire not over wetlands, but over the crimson plains of Mars. And when that day comes, picture the scene, airlocks hissing open, helmets tipped back to taste thin, processed air and footsteps, so light in the low gravity, leaving trails that won't blow away in the wind. The first Martian gardens might sprout under domes, their leaves transpiring droplets that cling to the glass like dew. At night, settlers could gather to watch Earth and Venus dip below the horizon, their light filtered through dust that turns sunsets blue. It's a future built on patience, on the understanding that some journeys can't be hurried. Mars won't be tamed in a year, or a decade, or perhaps even a lifetime. But with each starship that lands, with each seed that takes root in red soil, humanity would whisper to the cosmos, "We're learning to stay." Tiny sails, no larger than postage stamps, catch the faintest push of laser light, a whisper of energy propelling them toward the stars. Breakthrough Starshot's vision is as audacious as it is serene, a fleet of nanocraft, each weighing less than a paperclip, racing toward Alpha Centauri at 20% the speed of light. Their journey would be silent, their instruments smaller than a fingernail, their cameras capturing glimpses of planets we've only dreamed of. Yet for all their speed, the trip would still take 20 years, a blink in cosmic terms, but a lifetime of waiting for those of us tethered to Earth. There's a quiet beauty in their design. These probes carry no engines, no roaring rockets. Instead, they're pushed by a ground-based laser array, its beams focused on their delicate light sails like a million tiny fingers giving the gentlest nudge. Once accelerated, they'd coast through the void, their sails folding inward to minimize collisions with interstellar dust particles, no bigger than a grain of sand, but devastating at such incredible speeds. The risks are countless. A single impact could shatter a sail. A miscalculation could send a probe tumbling into darkness. Yet if even one survives, its flyby of Alpha Centauri would last mere hours, its data trickling back to us in faint, encrypted pulses over 4 more years. Imagine that signal arriving, a ping from across the void, weaker than a smartphone's transmission, carrying images of another star's planets. Perhaps one would show rocky shores bathed in crimson sunlight, or methane seas reflecting alien skies. Or maybe just barren rock, a reminder of how rare Earth truly is. Either way, the message would be the same. We reached out, and the universe answered. What makes Starshot so meditative isn't just the technology, but the patience it demands. Unlike Mars rovers or lunar landers, these probes wouldn't linger. They'd streak past their targets like fireflies in the night, their missions over in a heartbeat. There'd be no second chances, no course corrections. Just the long, silent wait for data, and the quiet hope that somewhere in the noise of space, a signal waits to be heard. And then there's the scale. Alpha Centauri is among the closest stars to us, yet its distance is staggering, 25 trillion miles. At Starshot's projected speed, crossing our solar system would take less than a day, but the vast gulf between stars would still stretch for decades. The probes would pass Pluto in hours, Voyager's current position in weeks, then nothing but blackness for years, their tiny processors ticking off the lonely miles. Yet in that loneliness lies a kind of poetry. These wouldn't be monuments like the pyramids or time capsules like Voyager's golden records. They'd be ephemeral, almost ghostly fleeting visitors to a distant shore, their existence measured in data points and pixels. No one alive today would walk on Alpha Centauri's planets, but Starshot's probes might let us stand there vicariously, if only for a moment. So tonight, as you drift toward sleep, picture those tiny sails, barely visible in the cosmic dark, riding beams of light toward the unknown. Their journey is a lullaby of patience, a reminder that some dreams take generations to unfold, and that the stars, though distant, are closer than they've ever been before. Beneath Europa's icy shell, an ocean stretches dark, deep, and utterly silent. Unlike Earth's turbulent seas, this one has known no wind, no tides, no storms for billions of years. Its waters, kept liquid by the gentle tug of Jupiter's gravity, might run twice as deep as our Mariana Trench, cradled between a rocky seafloor and a ceiling of ice miles thick. When NASA Europa Clipper arrives in the 2030s, it won't land or dive, but skim the moon's frozen surface, its instruments tuned to the faintest signs of activity, plumes of water vapor escaping through cracks, chemical traces on the ice, even the subtle magnetic hum of a salty subsurface sea. Every reading will be a whisper, a clue to whether this hidden world could cradle life in its abyssal quiet. The search for these clues is slower, more methodical than science fiction suggests. Clipper's cameras won't glimpse alien fish or glowing microbes. Instead, they'll map fractures in the ice, tracing the spiderweb patterns where warmth from below might seep upward. Its spectrometers will analyze the composition of any plumes, hunting for organic molecules, carbon chains, amino acids, the faintest fingerprints of chemistry that might hint at more. Even the spacecraft's radio antenna will listen, not for signals, but for the way Europa's ice shell distorts Jupiter's magnetic field, revealing secrets about the ocean's depth and salinity. Its detective work on a cosmic scale, patient and precise, where every byte of data carries the weight of a fundamental question. Are we alone? Far from Europa, another kind of listening unfolds. SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, scans the radio frequencies of space, sifting through the cosmic static for patterns that can't be explained by pulsars or quasars. Unlike Clipper's targeted mission, SETI work is a gamble, a bet that somewhere another civilization might be reaching out, deliberately or accidentally, with signals we can catch. The Allen Telescope array in California, with its dish antennas arranged like a field of mechanical flowers, points at star after star, its computers flagging anomalies in the noise. Most turn out to be human interference, satellites, aircraft, even microwave ovens, but the hope persists. What makes this search so quietly profound isn't just the technology, but the way it reframes silence. A blank result isn't failure, it's information. Each star system that doesn't answer narrows the possibilities, guiding us toward better questions. And when you consider the timescales a signal sent centuries ago might arrive tomorrow, or one we transmit today might be found long after our civilization is dust, the project becomes less about instant answers and more about tending a cosmic campfire, keeping the embers of curiosity alive for generations. There's comfort in that patience. The universe doesn't hurry. Europa's ocean, if it holds life, has done so for eons without witnesses. A distant civilization's signal, if it comes, may have traveled longer than human history. These searches teach us to embrace the unknown, not as a void to fear, but as a vast and humming mystery, unfolding at its own pace. So tonight, as you lie beneath your own slice of sky, let that unknown envelop you like a blanket. Somewhere out there, whether in icy oceans or radio waves or the spaces between, the cosmos is whispering, and we're learning, slowly, how to listen. Floating weightless by the window, you watch as the thin blue ribbon of Earth's atmosphere ignites with dawn, a fiery crescent that grows brighter until the sun spills over the curve of the planet like molten gold. There's no sound to accompany the spectacle, no birdsong or rustling leaves, just the soft hum of the spacecraft's life support systems and the occasional creak of metal adjusting to temperature shifts. Below, continents scroll past in silence, sprawling cities reduced to twinkling grids, storms swirling like brushstrokes on a canvas, and vast oceans reflecting the sunlight in flashes so bright they hurt your eyes. This is the view future space tourists might wake to, cradled in the quiet between gravity and the infinite dark. The experience would unfold in gentle rhythms. Mornings might begin with a stretch, no need to rise from bed when you're already suspended in midair, your limbs drifting as if underwater. Breakfast could be a leisurely affair, sipping coffee from a sealed pouch, watching droplets hover in the cabin's air like tiny, shimmering planets. Even the simplest actions take on a meditative quality. Brushing your hair as it floats around your shoulders in a weightless halo, or tucking into a sleeping pod, not with a mattress beneath you, but with the entire cosmos cradling you from every direction. At night, the spectacle reverses. As the spacecraft's orbit carries it into Earth's shadow, the planet's night side comes alive with electricity, veins of light tracing the outlines of civilizations, sudden bursts of lightning storms flickering like camera flashes, and the eerie glow of auroras dancing at the poles. Without the distortion of atmosphere, the stars don't twinkle. They burn steady and impossibly bright, their light undimmed by city, glare, or weather. Falling asleep here would mean drifting off under a blanket of constellations, so dense it feels like you're swimming through them. The spacecraft itself becomes a character in the journey. Its walls, lined with handholds and Velcro pads, whisper stories of adaptation of humans learning to move without gravity's guidance. Every surface serves a purpose: a fold-down table for meals, a tiny porthole for private stargazing, even the gentle vibration of the air recyclers, a constant reminder of the delicate balance keeping you alive in the void. There's comfort in those sounds, in the way the ship's systems murmur reassurance like a lullaby. And then there's the silence, not the absence of noise, but the presence of something deeper, the kind of quiet that exists only where the air is thin and the horizon stretches forever. For all its marvels, space tourism might offer something even more precious than views: the chance to step outside time, to exist in a moment unhurried by deadlines or distractions, where the only urgency is the next sunrise, rolling into view like a wave on an endless shore. Perhaps that's the true luxury of sleeping among the stars, not the spectacle, but the stillness, not the distance from Earth, but the closeness to something far older, the quiet pulse of the universe, humming just beyond the hull. Picture a civilization so advanced, so patient, that it no longer mines planets or burns fuels, but gently weaves star-sized nets to catch sunlight itself. Dyson spheres, named for physicist Freeman Dyson, are the stuff of quiet cosmic ambition, vast structures built around entire stars, harvesting their energy not in drops, but in oceans. The concept blooms from a simple truth: every star is a furnace, and every furnace radiates warmth that now goes mostly to waste, scattering into the void. To build a Dyson sphere would be to whisper back to the universe, "We're ready to tend the fire." The most soothing versions aren't solid shells. Those would shatter under gravity's pull, but swarms of orbiting panels, billions of them, drifting in harmonious formation like fireflies around a lantern. Each panel would be a thin, mirrored petal, angled to siphon sunlight toward collectors or habitats where civilizations might thrive. Seen from afar, the star would flicker strangely, its light dimmed not by dust or distance, but by careful, deliberate hands. And here's the quiet marvel: we may have already glimpsed such structures. Astronomers scanning the skies occasionally find stars whose light patterns defy explanation, some dim in erratic, unnatural ways, sparking whispers that perhaps, just perhaps, we're witnessing the early stitches of a Dyson swarm in progress. But scale dissolves into serenity when you consider the time frames. These aren't projects for decades or even centuries. A Dyson sphere would unfold over millennia, its construction paced like the growth of a forest, each generation planting the seeds for the next. The workers wouldn't be humans as we know them, but likely machines self-replicating, solar-powered, building their successors even as they toil. Picture them, silent drones, gliding between orbits, assembling panels in the slow ballet of a project with no deadline. There'd be no rush, no clamor, just the steady, meditative work of a civilization, thinking in epochs, and what of life inside such a creation? Imagine habitats suspended in the swarm's web, their walls curved to soak in perpetual, golden hour light. Without seasons or nights, time might lose its bite. Days would stretch as long as needed, sleep unhurried by planetary rotations. Whole cultures could rise around the rhythm of maintenance checks and energy flows, their art and music shaped by the hum of starlight, converted into power. Some might live on vast garden platforms, where sunlight 300 million times stronger than Earth's feeds forests of genetically tailored plants. Others might prefer the quiet of the swarm's outer edges, where panels thin and the star becomes just another bright dot in a constellation of their own making. Yet for all their grandeur, Dyson spheres carry a tender paradox. The more energy a civilization harnesses, the less it might need to expand. A species that masters stellar energy could turn inward, refining rather than conquering, its ambitions softening like well-worn stone. The urge to colonize galaxies might give way to something quieter, a contented hover around a single, well-tended star. In that light, these megastructures aren't just feats of engineering, they're declarations of enough. So tonight, as you drift toward sleep, let your mind wander to those distant builders. Whether they're out there now or only in our dreams, their vision offers a lullaby of scale. The universe is vast, but not unkind. There's time, so much time, to grow, to learn, to wrap our hands gently around the stars. And when we do, it won't be with a conqueror's grip, but with the care of a gardener, cupping a flame to keep the dark at bay. Our journey through the cosmos doesn't end when the rockets fall silent or the probes power down. It lingers in the quiet, in the way we still look up at the stars and wonder, just as our ancestors did beneath flickering campfires millennia ago. Every mission, every discovery, is really just a whisper added to an ancient conversation, a single step in a dance that began before recorded time and will continue long after we're gone. There's something comforting in that continuity. The way humanity's reach into space isn't a sprint, but a slow, collective inhale, expanding with each generation's courage and curiosity. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, let these stories be your guide, not as cold facts or distant achievements, but as lullabies written in stardust. Imagine the lunar modules hatch closing with a soft thud, sealing in the silence of the moon. Picture the Voyagers spinning further into the dark, their golden records humming songs no one can hear. Feel the rhythm of a Martian sunrise, where frost glints on rusty soil and rovers wake to another sol of patient exploration. These moments aren't just history, they're proof that even in the vast unknown, we find ways to leave gentle footprints. And perhaps that's the true gift of space exploration, not just the science or the spectacle, but the quiet invitation to dream bigger, to see our lives not as fleeting sparks, but as part of something older and brighter, a universe that builds planets from dust and civilizations from starlight. So as you settle deeper into rest, let your thoughts spin like galaxies, slow and sure, untroubled by gravity or time. The stars will keep their watch, the missions will go on, and somewhere out there, another explorer, human or machine, will glance back at our pale blue dot and murmur, just as you do now, what a thing it is to wonder. The cosmos hums its oldest lullaby tonight, and you're already part of the melody. Breathe deep, float light, the universe has you. you.